are streamed live, allowing potential customers from all over the country to appreciate the quality of your show pigs. Let Walton Webcasting be your partner in success. We handle the technicalities so you can focus on what you do best, raising exceptional livestock. To schedule your next show pig shoot, call Rhonda at 765-431-7367.
These great heroes come together to support the livestock industry and Walton Webcasting. We call them the Premier Partners. Layered Premium Blend Genetics, Brad Howell Ford, Biozyme, Umbarger Show Feeds, Kennedy Ventures, Sunglow Feeds, and First Farmers Bank and Trust. This adventure wouldn't be possible without the continued support from the Premier Partners.
I think it's day 3 of the OYE 2024 Gilt Show. We hope you're doing well. As is customary here, we're going to open the morning with the playing of our national anthem. And today we'd like to introduce Michaela Westbrook from Medill. So if you've got a spot where you can put your buckets down and stand at attention, we'd like your attention at this time. Thank you, Michaela. We're ready for those Class 1 Berks in the sift, Class 1 Berkshire Gilts in the sift. Exhibitors in the ring can be excused.
Well, good morning, OYE. What a way to start off. This Berkshire class is flat incredible. Ogle said they would be good coming in, and guys, we are deep, loaded, good start to the morning. This is an incredible class. All the way through, we've got depth and quality. They kept coming, and this pair of Gilts on top. I like my top 5, 6 extremely well. These are just a little more of the design type that have enough of everything. Bone, power, dimension, flexibility, angles. This young lady's Gilt that wins the drive is one that is the combination in terms of structure, bonework, squareness, look, immaturity, but still flexibility, back shape, body shape, well presented, well driven, incredible kind of class winner. Congratulations to her. That's an awesome way to start the morning in the Berkshire breed. The Gilt in second, a little harder to look at times, but man, this Gilt is incredibly good, like the one we just talked about. Her skeleton, that Gilt naturally on off the whip. She's high-headed, she's level, she's good-looking, she's balanced. She looks like a female. You get on top of her, extremely well-presented kind of a Gilt. Her angulation to her blades right, her hind legs good. Comparative to our class winner, maybe just crack her open a little bit of the chest. Maybe didn't get the drives as good at times, but man, that is a high-quality Gilt. Well presented, shape, muscle, levelness, squareness, correctness. Really good kind of a Gilt in second. Congratulations to her. That's an awfully good Gilt that runs in the second hole. The third Gilt, young lady comes out early, and I thought, here we go. Here's our class winner. I'm happy with this one, and she's in a great Gilt. Young lady does a phenomenal job driving her. She's the more moderate one, maybe the younger one of the group here in the class break. Another well-presented, shapely kind of a Gilt. Probably as true a muscle shape and back shape as anything in the drive. At times, she gets a little more timid out of her left hind, wants to stab a little bit, gets a little straighter from her ankle down. A Gilt that you do have to appreciate. Center body, dimension, stoutness. Her setup front's right. She's an attractive kind of a Gilt for the breed. Phenomenal kind of a Gilt. Just had to get picky on her a little bit there behind out of her left hind. Wants to get a nickel straighter from her ankle down. Another one that came through early, moderate, barrow-making kind of a female. Great shape, great presented. A Gilt that offers some out there factors. Maybe at her knee column, want to square her up a little bit compared to some of the other ones, but another one. Shape, muscle, body, bone works good. Her hind leg reaches and flexes good enough. Maybe at times on the side, want her to dip in her top line ever so slightly. Phenomenal Gilt for that young man to be fourth in a very competitive class. A bigger kind of a Gilt coming out in fifth that I like a great deal in terms of her side profile. A Gilt at times maybe just wants to jump up right there to her ham loin hookup, but one you do appreciate. Natural strength to front pasterns really good. Gilt that carries some back shape working in her. Just at times her hip didn't blend quite as good. And you get this good of a class, I had to get critical. Well driven, well presented. Young lady does an awesome job getting the best out of that Gilt there. Just wants to get a little piece here in her top line. Another one, I'd like to take this one home for a Sal because she looks like one that's going to generate some natural stoutness. She starts stout about her head. Big body kind of a Gilt that offers the extras in terms of hair and dimension. A Gilt that just got a little easier in her top. The longer the drive goes on, wants to stab out of her left hind, but when you do appreciate the stoutness and power that she does have, I like a lot of things about her. Maybe gets a little dip there in her top line the longer the drive goes on. Another Gilt offers great look, great design on the side, shapelier kind of a female than the one we just talked about. With that, she's a little flatter in her forerib and center body, and at times wanted to just swivel a little bit more out of her hind leg. Her setup front's good, her angulation's good. Love her back shape that she's working. A Gilt that maybe wanted to cave right there to her column. I brought her out again when she comes right at me, wants to get a little in at her knee, but it's another one. Well driven, very capable showman there. Does a great job in our 7th place Gilt. 8th place Gilt, shape, dimension, body, mass is good. She's one that just wanted to get under herself the longer we drive. We let her drive a little bit longer to try to get her loosened up. Just wants to camp under herself a little more than ideal. Has a little more cheek. Want to give her just a shot more extension right there. Here's a more moderate Gilt, kind of your barrow maker in terms of moderation and power, center body. A Gilt that got a little piece here right there out of her blade and her ham loin hookup. Comparative to some of the other ones, she maybe just wanted to push a little bit there, wanted to blend in right there to her ham loin hookup. A Gilt, you get right behind her, as I said earlier, wants to push a little bit there from hock to ground. Finish up, more moderate Gilt, opens up with shape, power, dimension, gets a little out in her elbow. But a great class, great way to start off the morning. Congratulations those exhibitors. Let's pay them off with a nice round of applause.
Class 1 Berkshire Gilt winners. First place, Ava Gilcrease from Turner. Second, Caroline Kinney from Moreland. Third, Tegan Winter from El Reno. Fourth, Gadsden Jervis from Blanchard. Fifth, Kelsey Myers from Sperry. Sixth, Aiden Collier from Beckham County. Seventh, Addison Shipman from Wagner. Eighth, Ryan Scammahorn from Kingfisher. Ninth, Tori Mason from Hartshorn. And 10th, Kylie Gronwald from Blanchard. Showmanship winner in that class was Ava Gilcrease from Turner. We have a couple announcements here. If you had commercial gilts that made the sale, so sale-making commercial gilts, many of you have not yet scanned the QR code that was on your instruction sheet and filled out all of the information needed by OYE to get the sale set up. So if you've got a sale-making commercial gilt, office needs you to scan those QR codes on the sheet you were given in sale lineup, follow instructions there, and get registered for that sale. Also, with regards to commercial gilts, and this applies to commercial gilts only, you can move those sale-making commercial gilts today over to Oklahoma Expo Hall. Now, that doesn't, none of the peers are eligible, can be moved yet because we've got to line them up later today. But the commercial gilts are welcome at the Oklahoma Expo Hall, and you were given instructions on how to do that. So get your gilts in the sale, the commercial gilts in the sale registered online, and also it's time to get them moved sometime today. We have 3 new buttons for the Wild Bunch drawings. Sounds like sometime later in this Berkshire drive, we're going to give away a set of scales. So if you haven't bought a Wild Bunch button, you need to do that to be entered for the scales. Number 1503 is a basket of show supplies from the Wild Bunch. That's a new number. 1329 is a bucket and a show bat. And number 651, basket of show supplies from the Wild Bunch. So we're going to have several drawings today. One will be a set of scales. One's going to be a feed rack, some things like that. So we got a lot of good things. Check your buttons. If you think you're a winner, come up here to the announcer stand and we'll sort it out for you. exhibitors in the ring can be excused.
They just keep coming. The Berkshire breed has been incredible. We've got another top end of this class I absolutely love, and I think that so many good parts and pieces down the way, and yet the pair of gilts that come to the top, very similar in their type and kind in terms of the way they're presented, their composition, their freshness, their back shape. One of them just reached truer to ground, coming and going, squareness and comfort levels tremendous on this young lady's gilt. In terms of a power gilt, a design gilt, balanced, square, heavy structured, awesome set up front. Hind leg works. She's presented to the highest degree. Looks like a barrel maker, looks like a gilt. I think she is one phenomenal female to win this drive. Congratulations on a very good class winner. I think a great place to start here, and a very powerful kind of a gilt that is so flexible off both ends of her skeleton. I love this gilt's design on the side profile. Great back shape, great center body. She's set right up front. A gilt that maybe at times gets a little outwards on the way she's stepping comparative to our class winner, but man, she is one that is robust and as shapely as you can make one. Comparative to our class winner, at her knee column, maybe square up, just a nickel, but that's getting critical on a phenomenal kind of a gilt that offers shape, muscularity, center body, well presented, well driven kind of a female at the same time. Young lady does a great job. That's a very, very good kind of a gilt in second. Congratulations to her. Really a powerful kind of a gilt here in third, and I read this one as being the kind of sow that can generate, and she looks like a sow. She's bigger in her type and kind. That's not why she got beat. Ideally, maybe just want to blend her hip in. She's naturally just a little rounder out of her rump comparative to the top two, but man, she's set up front right. She's burly, she's stout. A gilt that's out there in terms of squareness out there, but she's square enough out of her hind leg. Just want to lengthen her rump ever so slightly, but ones like that I think could be phenomenal kind of sows. Just comparative to our top two, maybe a little bit over her prime. Didn't quite get as good at her knee as a few of the other ones. Young lady's done awesome. She showed a Berk in both classes, and I like the way that she gets her hogs driven to the highest degree. High-headed kind of a hog that offers some shape and muscularity comparative to a few of the other ones. She just got a little bit more unsecurity out of her ankle and her hind leg comparative to the top three, but a nice kind of a gilt in terms of shape, center body, angulation, and setup front's very, very good. A gilt there, just get behind her. She wants to swivel, not quite as comfort from her ankle down, but another really, really high quality gilt, extremely good fourth place animal. The next one comes out. It's a gilt that we got moved up a little bit, but in terms of just naturalist, heaviness, structure, hind leg squareness, balance is awfully good. She needs to crack open a little bit in terms of more shape. Open her up at her chest, but one that I think follows a lot of the bases. We dug her out. We got her up here. Like her feet and legs, and I like her structure. That's why she landed in the top five here. Young man did a good job driving her all the way from the top here. Great job on your fifth place. Sixth place gilt. Like that gilt's head and neck, and I grabbed her a little bit later. He knew where she looked good on the side profile, and I appreciate that about a showman. This gilt here needs a lay back in her shoulder. I do like her shape and natural body that she's got. A gilt that maybe just didn't blend in at her ham loin quite as good. Push her shoulder back. We'll be talking her a few spots higher, but a nice kind of a gilt that designs good on the side in terms of head and neck. Next gilt comes out, offers some shape and dimension. Just gets a little outwards there in her hock, but one that you do love on the side profile. High-headed, level, square, back shape. Just gets a little outwards in terms of the way she wants to plant her hock, but one I do like on the side profile in terms of design. Next one comes out, offers some dimension in terms of internal, just her body shape's awfully good. Just wants to close a little bit off both ends of her skeleton. I like that gilt's head and neck. I like her natural shape that she's got. Center part is really good. Just want to correct her, square her up, give her a little more power, and make everything match. Next one comes out, offers some extension in frame. A gilt that I like in terms of her head and neck. Just a gilt runs out of just overall just bone work and structure, but in terms of on the side profile, gilt gives you a good look. Finish up with a very high quality gilt. I like that gilt shape and dimension. Just want to correct her a few spots there. Really good class, really good top end. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Quick results there out of Class 2. The class winner was Madison Walker. Madison's Gilt is a Top It Off and bred by Goss. Haley Townsend from Tecumseh, shout out to a little hometown girl there. Second in that class, Secret Stash, bred by Whittington. Another girl from Tecumseh was Macy Flowers, just a bit outside from Winter. Tegan Winter was fourth in that class with a Top Shelf, bred by Winter Livestock. And fifth was Luke Binge, Secret Stash, bred by Whittington. We're now showing Class 3, making these are July and August born Berkshire females.
Exhibitors in the ring can be excused. We need to remind all of our exhibitors today that they need to come to the ring with their registration papers. Please bring your registration papers to the ring when you come to the SIFT. You need them with you. And if you place well in each of your individual breeds, you'll need to submit those today as we do sale lineups.
Another really good class and a great pair here on the top end. Gilts don't look alike, and I'm fine with that. I think they're the two quality Gilts within the drive, and I think there's differences between them, obviously, with different types and kinds. I love this Gilt's hind leg that's going to win the drive. I mean, she has got the most useful hind leg maybe we've seen here yet today. A Gilt that patterns up good. She levels up good on the side. A great muscle shape, great center body. A Gilt that she's more moderate than our second place Gilt, and I think she blends in good in her top line. I think everything matches on that particular female for this particular class. The Gilt in second, I really like a lot of things about this one in terms of her natural elevation, her comfort level to her shoulders good, her pasterns are up. A Gilt that's naturally a little rounder out of her hip, maybe just doesn't plant with as much security as our class winner, but man, she is one that robust, well presented, awesome in terms of her natural back shape, her center body that she's got, just naturally just want to just strengthen her hip support just a little bit there in terms of her ankle down comparative to our class winner, but a phenomenal, well-presented Gilt there in second place. The third place Gilt probably follows in terms of moderation as our class winner in terms of just her natural kind of a barrow build. I like her head and neck. I like her design. She's a great shapely kind of a Gilt. I just think she's probably got the most problems in terms of her set that she's got out of her hind leg. She wants to flip her hind leg, and her ankle down just doesn't have that comfort and support and reach as our class winner. She's not as busted open in terms of her chest and her power and center body as our second place Gilt, but a well-presented kind of a female here in third. Looks like she's got some generating ability on down the way. The Gilt in fourth offers a stoutness of head. Body shape's good. She's big on the top side of her skeleton. Maybe doesn't piece together as good in her ham loin hookup or her shoulder set, but in terms of just natural shape, body, bone work, thought she needed to be here in the top four. The fifth place Gilt comes out. One that you do have to appreciate her look from the side in terms of her just natural. She looks like she's got some sow potential. Her stoutness ahead, her set up front's good. Gilt that's just probably just not blending as good right there at her hip, and a Gilt that wants to compensate and swing under herself, maybe pushes a little more just overall condition comparative to a few of the other ones. The next one comes out, offers that skeleton and elevation. A Gilt that we had to look at a couple times, wanted to make sure I got her where she needed to be because I do appreciate her shape, her freshness that she's got. A Gilt that just maybe just not quite as comfortable all the way through, doesn't open up as square and true at her chest as a few of the other ones. Next one is one that's a little bit bigger in her type and kind, a little more length aside, need to push her shoulder back and give her just more support and comfort up in her front end there, but one you do appreciate. Look from the side, young lady does a great job driving this Gilt, really appreciate a lot of things on the side profile, just need to push her shoulder back, give her a little more comfort there, maybe give her a shot more in the center part of her body. Next one comes out, probably the pounds bigger Gilt, really broad about her chest and opens up huge about the center part of her body. She's good on the top side of her skeleton. Same issue as I talked to Gilt before. Push her shoulder back, give her just a little more just comfort up front. I think she wants to compensate and throw herself a little bit behind. But burly, stout, big top kind of a Gilt, well-driven, well-presented kind of a Gilt there in the eighth hole. Ninth place Gilt comes out, offers some moderation in center body, just a little piece here out of her top line, maybe gets a little rounder out of her hip. We finish up with the Gilt that you do have to appreciate the look from the side, her balance. She just runs out of power and mass in a very, very good class. Congratulations to all those Berkshire showmen. Let's pay them off with a nice round of applause.
Winners in Class 3 Burt Gilts. First place, Blake Weeks from Meeker. Second, Noah Wilson from Kiefer. Third, Evan Hinkle from Yukon. Fourth, Kelton Dowdle from Leedy. Fifth, Ella Mebane from Chattanooga. Sixth, Archer Brettle from Drummond. Seventh, Kirby McConnell from Wellston. Eighth, Kylie Green from Purcell. Ninth, Daisy Prince from Shakota. And 10th, Wade Whitson from Turner. Our showmanship winner for Class 3 was Ella Mebane from Chattanooga.
Get you some quick results here out of Class 3 Berkshire Gilts. Class winner was Blake Weeks. That's an all-in gilt from Holt Livestock. Mom of that gilt, actually, I got a little side note. Mom of that gilt was the champion at Tulsa in bronze overall. So good deal there for him. Great kid. Noah Wilson was second in that class. That's a top it off, a gilt from Goss. Third went to Evan Hinkle with a Wake Up, bred by Morningstar. Fourth in that class went to Kelton Dowdle with a Top Shelf, bred by Kelsey and Kelton Dowdle. Fifth was Ella Mebane with an Over the Top, bred by Lambert family. We're now showing Class 4. It's the last and final class of Berkshire Gilts. Then we will go into our selection of Champion Reserve, Bronze, and then our preliminary sale order. At that time, we will select somewhere around 15 Berkshire Gilts for our numbers for the sale. Obviously, the first 5 is what will be automatic and offered in the sale, just like we did the other breeds. Then we will pick 10 or more. So very, very deep breed here. It looks like, it appears the first 3 classes has been extremely good. Anxious to see here how Class 4, how it all winds out.
While they're looking through the sift pen for our last class of Berkshires, remind our exhibitors when we get done with placing our Class 4 Berks, we'll move immediately to Champion Reserve and some sale lineup animals. If you happen to be selected as our Champion or Reserve, you will be expected to give us a DNA sample for your animal here at the scale pen before you leave the ring. To do that, you'll also need a parent or guardian present as a witness for that function. We will collect the top 5 registration papers in the ring at that time as well. So let's get our heads set straight for going through the sale lineup for these Berkshires, and remember to bring our papers with us to the ring and have a parent handy if you're in the breed drive. Exhibitors in the ring can be excused.
Another really good class to finish up our Berkshires, and we've got a bunch of different parts and pieces, and quality is really good in this drive. There's just differences between them in terms of skeletal build, and in terms of muscle shape, and where you want to put your priorities. I'm sure it's a class that could be mixed around a little bit, but another very, very high quality class. I elected to use the bigger Gilt in the drive, not because she's the biggest. I think she's the best skeletally. She's a bigger kind of a Gilt. I think she stays together the best in terms of just function out of her hind leg. A Gilt that's got a great set and angulation up front, but still great body shape, good center, good dimension, good shape, and fresh for this particular size. Is she the boldest coming at you? Maybe not, but I think everything matches. I think hind leg support, secureness, that Gilt there is one that I like in terms of just her natural ring presence. Looks like she's going to be a big kind of a sow, but still maintains comfort level the best in this particular drive. The Gilt in second is the more moderate Gilt, obviously of the pair and maybe the class. The young lady does a phenomenal job driving her. Shape, muscle, power, got some extras in terms of just natural stoutness to her. Great hind leg and great squareness going away. She's narrower at her chest floor, and I know she tried to hide it and did a good job about that, but I told her to drive her right at me. She needs to spread a little bit there. You get past that, the Gilt's got some shape and muscle, maybe not quite as good in her lower jaw comparative to a few of the other ones, but I think a burly kind of a Gilt there that offers some barrel-making abilities here to be second in a very competitive class in our last drive. The Gilt in third is one barrel maker, I think. She's a chest and knee squareness away from getting the green light in this drive. Some breeding ability out on this particular female. She's a great proportional kind of a Gilt on the side. I like her back shape. I like her head shape. She's got enough set up front. Ideally maybe stouten her forearm just a little bit, but in terms of movement behind, very good kind of a Gilt there. Just need to square her knee up, give her just a little more power there to match as big as she is up high. But I think one that I like a great deal in terms of her next generating ability. Young man does a good job, well presented kind of a Gilt there in third. The fourth place Gilt comes out is a Gilt that she gives me challenges, and compositionally standing still, she's the best one. She's a Gilt that's very strong about her front feet. I like her stoutness that she's got, well presented, great body shape, great back shape. Her hind leg just cannot function quite good enough. Couldn't get a good read coming initially out. That Gilt, if she had just a shot more flex, I don't know if it's an injury because her angles look good. She just wants to short step on me, and that's to this young lady's disadvantage because that Gilt's built extremely, extremely well. Just for me, need to get that length of step and just give her more security from her ankle down. But a great kind of a Gilt to be fourth. Shape, dimension, like a lot of things about her. Just wish she could go just a shot better for me. The next one comes out, another burly made one, attractive kind of a Gilt, good in the center part of her body, got some back shape, got some freshness. Her front 2/3 I like a great deal. Her hind leg gives me more concern. She wants to step outwards a little bit. She's got a little more meat right inside her hock, but a Gilt that I like. Her front 2/3 a great deal. Shape, muscle, body, dimension, just one that gives us a little more issues when I step behind her in terms of just squareness and comfort out of her hind leg. The next one comes out, young lady's got a very attractive, a high-headed kind of a Gilt, offers some chest floor, offers some elevation, great in terms of her natural back shape and freshness. She's just a little frailer featured compared to a few of the other ones. Maybe just doesn't match at her lower third there as big as she is up high in terms of shape. That Gilt there just needs a spread, just a little bit bigger in her type and kind. Stout in her bone work to be ideal. More moderate one comes out next, just gives me more difficulties in terms of her flex and ease out of her hind leg. Wants to close there to her lower third as she comes right at me. But a Gilt, freshness, shape, body, dimension, nice kind of a Gilt there to land down there in seventh. The eighth place Gilt coming out, great skin and hair, great freshness, just too tangled up for me behind her. Hind leg, I just can't read with enough just comfort and ease as I get behind her. She wants to plant and twist too much. From there forward, she's a good-looking, shapely, fresh, well-presented kind of a Gilt. Just too much questions in terms of her movement behind. Next one comes out, good-looking, balanced, square, just gets a little flatter in her body shape, doesn't come at me with as much just power. A Gilt that just gets a little outwards the longer the drive goes on. Then we finish up with a Gilt there that we grabbed a little bit later. I appreciated her shape and muscle that she's got. Just wants to close at her chest floor compared to as big as she is up high. Nice way to end our Berkshires. Let's pay them off with a nice round of applause. Hey, good job.
Winding out the Berkshire show, that's Class 4. Your winner is Brandon Watts. Brandon's Gilt there is a top it off and bred by Trogdon's. Second in that class went to Hadley Davis. That Gilt there again is a top it off, bred by MC Ward. Third went to Grady Fox, another top it off, bred by Brandon Davis. Fourth in that class was Kinsley Whittington, a top shelf Whittington. And fifth was J.W. Terrell, top it off, bred by Trogdon's. So we're now ready to select your champion Berkshire Gilt here at the 2024 Oklahoma Youth Expo. We will select your champion, reserve, third. Those will be your scholarship winners. Pick two more. That'll be your automatic sale makers, and then we're going to pick an additional 10. So we're going to select the top 15 Berkshire Gilts overall for numbers for potential lineup for the sale.
While we're setting up the ring to show for champion and reserve Berkshire Gilt, got a couple of new Wild Bunch buttons, and these are important, so find your buttons. This is for a set of scales that's been provided by Essential Feeds for years. We certainly appreciate their investment in our students. And then one of the feed bucket rack holders. So I've got two new buttons here. We'll do the bucket holder first. That's number 656. Bring your button up here if you're number 656, and we'll get your feed bucket holder. And the big one, scales from Essential Feeds, it's number 817. 817 is just one a set of scales. If your Wild Bunch button number is 817, come see us at the announcer stand. On those scales in particular, we will only let that number stand for an hour. So it's 10:07. By 11:07, we will be pulling another number to win that set of scales. We're ready to select our champion and reserve Berkshire Gilt, along with several sale lineup animals. We'll start with introducing our class winners. So from class 1, the winner was Ava Gilcrease from Turner. Our winner from class 2 is Madison Walker from Red Oak.
Our class 1 Gilt there was Ava Gilchrist. That's a top it off from Decker. Coming out of class 2 is Madison Walker. Another top it off from Goss. Side note, that's a mate to the reserve at Denver, he said. Blake Weeks wins class 3 with an all-in from Holt Livestock. And then winning class 4 just moments ago is Brandon Watts. Top it off from Trogdon. Without question, looking at the sheet here from the 4 classes, top it off would be your OIE Premier Sire of your top 5 Berkshires. Again, that is unofficial results. That's just me being given my own title, I guess. For those of you tuned in, now would probably be a good time to not only analyze the Berkshire Gilts in the ring, but our judges' attire today. It's been quite the conversation piece around ringside. Travis, he stayed with the GQ look today. Really liked the pants and jacket outfit. Ogle, he's looking sporty and sharp. A lot of conversation here. Got a good set of Berkshires. Real good set of Berks. Good set of class winners out here. Started the morning off with a very, very good one, I think, and then it went all the way through. Here's TP headed to the mic. See what he says.
All right, we're welcome to the jungle, but welcome to the Berkshire Show. Let's give them all a nice round of applause here. Phenomenal Berkshire Show. A great way to start off the morning. You know, it was a great day yesterday, very high quality. The Berkshire Show's been tremendous. We've talked them all within the drives, and I think stuck to some priorities. I think the Gilts look like, from the youngest to the oldest, we've got look, we've got design, balance, putting some structure in them, and squareness. There's all 4 Gilts, I think, look very similar. Comes down to a pair of them. There's a pair of them out here that offer the look, the design, the structure of the pair. One's got a little better right there in the center part of her body. Burlier, stouter. She's acting like an idiot, but she's the best one. Congratulations.
Champion Berkshire Gilt comes.
That champion Gilt there would come out of Class 2. That's Madison Walker. Gilt bred by Goss. She is a top it off. That lets Haley Townsend come in. Second in that class. Haley's Gilt is a secret stash bred by Whittington. Ready for our reserve selection?
For reserve, we think there's another one. We dropped the second in and our other class winners, and you know, Gilts that have some dimension and body and mass, and we thought the champion Gilt was the combination of all of them. The reserve Gilt's one that we like in terms of her look, design, balance, heaviness of structure, flexibility and use out of her hind leg is second to none. Maybe not quite as bulky or mature as our champion, but we like this Gilt skeleton or build design. Class 1's our reserve. Congratulations to her.
Our reserve champion Berkshire Gilt comes from Class 1. That's Ava Gilcrease from Turner. Congratulations, Ava. That'll bring Caroline.
So that reserve is Ava Gilchrist. That is a top it off and bred by Decker. That now lets Caroline Kinney in. Another top shelf Gilt from RBV Berkshire.
For your bronze and third overall Berkshire, we think there's one out here that's a little harder to read at times, but in terms of her just natural ability to on or off the whip, she's really tall fronted, a great skeleton. I think one that, as I said, a little harder to analyze at times, maybe doesn't get the drive at times, but head shape, design, squareness, flexibility, use out of her hind leg. The young lady over there on the far side, congratulations to her. She's going to be third out.
That third out Gilt is Caroline Kinney. That Gilt was second in Class 1. She is a top shelf and bred by RBV Berkshire.
For fourth overall, another one in terms of barrel making ability, shape, muscle, heaviness to structure, greatly presented, great back shape and heaviness to structure. Young man right there has got our fourth out. Congratulations to him.
Our fourth Berkshire comes from Class 3. That's Blake Weeks from Meeker. That'll bring Noah Wilson from Kiefer to the ring. Evan Hinkle from Yukon, you're on deck for Class 3.
Next out in terms of shape, muscle, power, and dimension be the last Berkshire. We talk 5, and then we'll shake some hands. Young lady right there is going to be our fifth out. Congratulations.
Fifth selection comes from Class 2. That's Haley Townsend from Tecumseh. That'll bring Macy Flowers to the ring. Tegan Winters, you're on deck for Class 2. Our sixth Berkshire Gilt comes from Class 4. That's Braden Watts from Warner. That'll bring Hadley Davis to the ring. Grady Fox from Purcell, you're on deck for Class 4. Our seventh Berk comes from Class 1. That's Tegan Winters from El Reno. That'll bring Gadsden Jervis to the ring. Kelsey Myers, you're on deck for Class 1. Our eighth selection comes from Class 3. That's Noah Wilson. Evan Hinkle, you're in the ring. Kelton Dowdle from Leedy, you're on deck for Class 3. Our ninth Berkshire Gilt comes from Class 3. That's Evan Hinkle from Yukon. That'll bring Kelton Dowdle from Leedy to the ring. Ellie McBain from Chattanooga, you're on deck for Class 3. Our 10th selection comes from Class 4. That's Hadley Davis from Wagner. Grady Fox, we need you in the ring. Kinsley Whittington from Tecumseh, you're on deck for Class 4. Our 11th Burke Gilt is Gadsden Jervis from Class 1. That'll bring Kelsey Myers to the ring. Aiden Collier from Beckham County, you're on deck for Class 1. Our 12th selection comes from Class 4. That's Grady Fox from Purcell. That'll bring Kinsley Whittington into the ring. J.W. Terrell from Prague, you're now on deck for Class 4. Our 13th Berkshire comes from Class 2. That's Macy Flowers from Tecumseh. Tegan Winters, you'll be in the ring. Luke Binge from Tecumseh, you are on deck in Class 2. Our 14th Berkshire Gilt comes from Class 4. That's Kinsley Whittington from Tecumseh. That'll bring J.W. Terrell from Prague to the ring. Our 15th and final Berkshire selection comes from Class 2. That's Tegan Winters from El Reno. Congratulations to our Berkshire exhibitors. We'll be ready very soon, ready for Hampshire Gilts in the sift. Hampshire Gilts to the sift. Recap on our final class of Berkshire Gilts. First place was Braden Watts from Warner. Second was Hadley Davis from Wagner. Third was Grady Fox from Purcell. Fourth, Kinsley Whittington from Tecumseh. Fifth, J.W. Terrell from Prague. Sixth, Taylor Breedlove from Cleveland. Seventh, Allison Salyer from Morris. Eighth, Bailey Weeks from Meeker. Ninth, Riker Sanner from Valma Alma. And 10th, Addie Britt from McIntosh County. Showmanship winner was Kinsley Whittington from Tecumseh. We've had a winner on the set of scales provided by Essential Feeds. Almost afraid to put this out there, but Brad Carey from Weber's Falls has won the set of scales. Congratulations, Mr. Carey.
Let's give it up for our Hampshire showmen out here. Just one class of them, and depth looks good. There's differences within the breed. Enjoy raising them, and there's a challenge at times, but when you get them good, they're fun to look at. And I think the class is good. The pair of gilts are very similar out here that are driving for your champion reserve honors. Gilts that have enough stature, enough build, and then you put some more on them in terms of bone work and stoutness and power of the pair. There's one that just reads with more just sheer oomph, more shape, muscle, center body, dimension. Young lady right there is going to have our champion Hampshire. Congratulations to her. Like that gilt's power. I like her dimension. I like her shoulder set a little bit better in terms of her set and angulation. A gilt that's very heavy structured. You get on top of her. She is bigger and the pounds bigger, but a gilt that's still really fresh top, well presented kind of a champion there. Another one, well presented for our reserve honors. This gilt here might utilize her hind leg a shot better when you get right behind them. With that said, maybe just correct her a little bit when she comes at you in terms of her chest. But a well-presented, well-driven kind of a hog in terms of shape, muscle, center body, freshness, design, and still big enough in her type and kind with a great hip and hind leg. Congratulations to him on our reserve Hampshire gilt here. Very good kind of a gilt to be reserved. The third place gilt, I think she runs out of just maturity is going to be the best way to put that. A gilt that's a little rawer in her forerib and center body. Maybe doesn't come with as much just oomph and squareness, but a gilt. I like her shape. I like her freshness. Her head and neck, her proportions are good. Her angulation and set to her shoulder are correct. She's got some set there that utilizes her skeleton extremely well off both ends. Just lacks a little bit in terms of just squareness coming at me and just sheer density, but looseness, flexibility, look, design, like a lot of things about that gilt. The fourth place gilt coming out here is the powerhouse, probably the baromaker of our top four. Shape, muscle, power, dimension, center body. Gilt that maybe just doesn't blend into her hip and her head as good as a few of the other ones. But if you really appreciate what she's got and how she moves, I think she moves plenty good enough. Like her shape, like her muscle, like her squareness that her chest has got. Just want to stretch her a little bit off both ends. Very good fourth place gilt here in the Hampshire show. Fifth place comes out as another gilt, attractive on the side. I just want to correct her at her knee and her foot placement when she comes at you. Attractive, good looking, balanced, level, square. Utilize her hind leg good enough. Maybe just give her a shot more and a punch in the center part of her body. Next one comes out, a gilt that maybe just gives us a little more issues and trouble out of her hip and hind leg. Wants to get a little easy in her top at times. Just give her more comfort, I think. I like her density, her burliness, her stoutness. Front 2/3 of that gilt in terms of the way she utilizes her front arm. Plenty good enough. Just for me, wants to plant under herself too much. Bigger gilt, stout in her feature comes out next. Just a little troubled on the way she wants to plant and drive out of her front shoulder. Really appreciate the freshness. Greatly presented, great driven kind of a gilt. Gets a little shorter stepping out of her hind end at the same time. Next gilt comes out, probably one of the bigger, more elevated females that we've seen, and I don't dislike that. I like a lot of things about that. She looks like a lady, tall-fronted, square, balanced, just for this show and where we're at. Just runs out of bone work and just stoutness, but a gilt like that you take home and she can make the next generation of those big ring gilts. Similar scenario here, bigger outline kind of a female, need to stouten her head up like the last class or the last one I just talked. Like her power, like her center body, good correct kind of a hind leg. Just need to give her more feature. Finish up with one that has some feature. Maybe just want to correct the way she wants to plant and go. Good class. Congratulations to our Hampshire showman. Let's give a nice round of applause.
Real quickly, we'll give you some results there on the class of Hampshire gilts there. Champion is in first place in that class is Madison Walker. That gilt is a Viper and bred by Savage Genetics. Second in that class and your reserve champion would be Hudson Boro with a Cussa Little from Oklahoma State University. Third is Addison Williams with a Crazy Times bred by Hudson Long. Fourth was Hudson Long with a Think About It bred by Long. And fifth was Adley Castor with a Hands Down and bred by Castor. We're now showing the first class of spot gilts.
Champion Hampshire was exhibited by Madison Walker from Red Oak. She was also our showmanship winner. Our reserve champion was Hudson Boren from Leedy. Third, Addison Williams from Chickasha. Fourth, Hudson Long from Dibble. Fifth, Adley Castor from Velma. Sixth, Caitlin Causey from Wright City. Seventh, Ruthie Pogue from Washington. Eighth, Hudson Andrews from Purcell. Ninth, Caden Chapman from Elmore City, Purnell. And 10th, Brooklyn Ashlock from Valiant. Congratulations to our Hampshire exhibitors. Exhibitors in the ring can be excused.
a very, very nice class of spotted gilts here that's deep in quality, and follow along here. 5, 6, 7 deep in this particular class. I think I'll bring some parts and pieces to the table. Young man here to my left in the yellow wins this particular class. We get up in the top end, and this one here simply has some of the extras. She's wide, she's big ribbed, she's good at the ground, she's extremely sound. I like this one's angles as good as any, and non-negotiable in my opinion in the top end. She's the best build and the most comfortable. Young man here will be second. This one from a standpoint of feature and look from the side is very, very good. That one from blade forward has some reaching power out front. Now this may sound a little odd to me. That one, I like them jet level. That one is so jet level hipped that she almost hinges a little tight there at the top part of her hip from that. Could use maybe just a little slope. Young lady, I was going to swap you up to 2. Towards the end here, you got the stabbing too hard behind. This gilt's hitting too hard. She needs to relax. I love this one's presentation. Her shape, her upper skeleton is extremely good. Needs to relax behind. The gilts coming out next in 4 or 5. You can let them both out. Very, very similar. Cut out of the same mold from a standpoint of just make and model and size. Extremely, you can let that one out. Extremely heavy structured. Big limbs and bones. Tremendous amount of breeding value. You get right in behind him, and this one here, I'd like to see him just at the ground. He wants to roll up in his papa's pastern. I'd like to fix him there and square him up in his hock. This one here, the young ladies, gets to tracking too narrow behind. I'd like to see that one a little further out on the edge. But these two, again, tremendous breeding value. Very neat gilts. I'd love to work with. Their bone and feature and look is very good. Little nitpicky things there when you get behind him. Lands here. Young man in 6 got one that's a little truer there behind when you study her, a little square, more natural tracking than that pair above her. This is a gilt as I continue to work up, just kind of planed up a little, runs downhill some up front. Young lady here that we got out in the redrive, I got her put back in 7th. When you get her out here into that top end, that's a gilt that gets to be a little drier center. She wants to cut up in her flank just a little behind. Neat look. Really good turn to her shape, really fresh in her presentation, just gets to be a little flatter. And then we round out this class with some that maybe, again, don't balance up as well, get to be a little rounder in their kind, but a very good way to start our spotted breed.
Winners from Class 1 spots. First place, Wyatt Porterfield from Medill. Second, Silas Dalton from Purcell. Third, Caitlin Bryant from Weatherford. Fourth, Parker Eubanks from Wilson. Fifth, Bella Gilcrease from Turner. Sixth, Parker Nunley from Lindsay. Seventh, Jenny Johnson from Central High. Eighth, Kite Yost from Lomega. Ninth, Emma Ridenauer from Stewart. And 10th, Shay Stamball from Moss. Our showmanship winner from Class 1 was Bella Gilcrease from Turner.
Okay, I'll get you some results there out of Class 1 spot gilts. Wyatt Porterfield was your class winner. That was a uranium for there at Big Bob Inc., bred by Whitaker. Silas Dalton was second in that class. That's a transcendent, bred by Moody. Third in that class went to Caitlin Bryant with a love tap from JD Showpigs. Fourth was Parker Eubanks with a Titan, bred by Pleat. And fifth was Bella Gilchrist with another Titan bred by Pleat. We're now showing Class 2. That would be your July and August born spotted females here at the 2024 Oklahoma Youth Expo.
Hudson Boren from Leedy. Hudson Boren from Leedy, or a representative thereof. We need you at the announcer stand. We've got something that belongs to you. We also have had a debit card turned in that was found in one of the restrooms. It looks like it's for a Lanita Weimer, W-I-M-E-R, Weimer. Lanita, if you want your debit card back, we've got it here at the announcer stand. you have gilts that you don't make the sale with and don't have a plan for them downstream, the folks loading hogs out and buying them back will be here from noon to 2 accepting hogs. So noon to 2, it'll be at the covered arena on the end of barn 6 is where you'll need to take them.
Real quick here is we can kind of start easing these out. Got a lot up here in the ring. I got pinned back what I'm going to redrive. A lot of quality in this particular class of spotted gilts. A lot of these out here for me just sort on maybe not being as good behind. A little shorter and bunchy in their rump, shorter in their step, just tighter in their build. That would describe the majority of these that are out here. Let's give these guys a nice round of applause. Good class of spots here as they exit the ring. Really, really good class of spotted gilts here. I'm going to start with the young man's gilt here in front of me to win this particular class. Up here at the top end of the drive, those top three, this one here initially hits me very, very hard from a standpoint of just she's genuine in her skeletal build. She's square in her chest. She maintains that advantage all the way through. She's a gilt that I think the best way to describe her for me structurally is everything's going in the right direction. You take her to the ground, her angles are good, her set's good. She's extremely heavy structured and big-footed, and it's not like she's just a sound one. There's some extras there. You get in behind her, and she has an advantage over those gilts in second and third. Young lady's gilt in second, I can nitpick on that one for wanting to round just a little, but from hip forward, that one make and model, a lot like my class winner. I could lift her up in her tail head ever so slightly, and with that disadvantage as the class is worn on, and I made them work. Need to. She's gotten to be a little shorter stepping behind, but an awfully nice gilt here to be two. A lot of you are going to like the gilt in three, and I get it. She's got a lot of the things that a lot of people like to talk about, and she's really, really square. She looks like a barra maker. She looks like a show pig maker. I get it. She has a ton of value. For me, she's too short-hipped. She's too bunchy behind. And if you're going to be that short behind, get right in behind that thing when she leaves you. She needs to have more flair there through the center part of her stifle, ham, crotch, whatever you want to call it. Right there, she needs more. If you're going to be that bunchy, give me some more behind. But that one, again, that's being nitpicky. That one's very, very good. Unique, hard to make pieces. I like that one to be third. Young man coming out next just got too tight on me here as we continue to work these. This is a gilt that got too short stepping. She's a gilt that when you take her to the ground, maybe doesn't have as much extreme features that top end. She's not as attractive through her front end, but a lot of cool pieces. Big arm, big blade, big skeleton, a lot of power there. Young lady's gilt coming out next, attractive, good built. When I got her out here in the top five, that's one that just got to be a little rounder in her overall makeup, a little plainer in her build. One of the pounds heavy big gilts here in this particular class comes out next. Extremely big in her skeleton, feminine in her look, gets a little easy in her spine, a little too much give behind. We round out this class here again with some parts and pieces that maybe don't balance as well. Really, really good class, though, with spotted females.
From Covington Douglas. Second, Christina Miller from Perry. Third, Summer Prince from Garber. Fourth, Wade Ritchie from Altus. Fifth, Madison Lee from Eufaula. Sixth, Ella Bain from Chattanooga. Seventh, Alyssa Moore from Blair. Eighth, Reed Allen from Red Oak. Ninth, Corey Roberts from Comanche. And 10th, Lily Dreher from Duncan. Our showmanship winner was Tanner Frankie from Covington Douglas.
Get you some results there on pedigree information out of Class 2 spots. Tanner Frankie wins the class there. That is a unicorn bred by our good buddy Murrow Farms, Ross. That also was the Grand Gilt there, to let it be known, in the Supreme Gilt in the Coba show. Second in that class went to Christine Miller. That was a Speak Up and bred by Swinford. Third in that class was Summer Prince, a Titan, bred by Murrow Farms. Fourth in that class was Wade Ritchie with a Black Pearl. I think that's a littermate to the boar there at Top Cut, bred by Loudermilk. And fifth was Madison Lee with a Talk to Me from JD Show Pigs. We're now showing Class 3, the July born Spot Gilts, the last and final class.
We have some new Wild Bunch button winners. New numbers 954, that's good for 500 pounds of Mormon Show Tech. Number 987, it's a bucket of show supplies from the Wild Bunch. And number 1178, that's good for show whip and a bucket from the Wild Bunch. So 954, 987, and 1178, those are all new numbers for Wild Bunch prizes. Come to the announcer stand and we will make sure and get you situated. The exhibitors in the ring can be excused.
here in the last class of spots. Going to start with the young man in the middle of the ring. This is a pretty shiny rig in this particular class for me. This is a Gilt that when she comes out from behind there, she comes at you super good up front. You watch this when you step off to the side and she balances proportionally extremely well. Get on top of her. The turn to her muscle shape is extremely good, extremely fresh, dialed in, and presented and eye appealing. Young lady that gets a little closer between second and third. I opt for this young lady's darker Gilt here to be 2. This is a Gilt that I think is a little more comfortable in her hip and hind legs. She's a little square in her hock. She's a little longer in her hip than the Gilt that's in third. She's not as attractive, got a little more pull. We're in them bigger classes or older classes, we're going to get that. Young lady's Gilt coming out next from a standpoint of shape and boldness of skeleton up high. You really, really like this one. This one started to get a little loose in her loin here as the classes went on. She wants to tighten up behind and wants to start setting them down and camp them on her rear too. If you could change that, that's a Gilt you roll up to second pretty quick. Here's a Gilt that checks a lot of boxes just from a standpoint of just structural value, breeding value. This one's square, she's bold. She's a Gilt that's maybe not as flashy or has as many ESTs as some, but this is a Gilt that checks a lot of boxes for me. I'll just being a fault-free one that works her way up in this particular class. I like this one here. I think she could be just a little cleaner in her rear joint when she goes away from you. This Gilt here, another one that's extremely pliable in her center body, a lot of width and spread to her skeleton. When you watch this one and take her from the ground up and blade back. This is one to me, though, that does get to be a little less descriptive in her muscle, a little rounder in her overall makeup. Young lady's Gilt coming out next in 6. If I could change this one just a little, again, how this one blends into her loin, and she's also a little bunchy back there, too. Gets to be a little rounder there. But from hip forward, I like her. Stout, bold, got a real good reach. Again, strong front feet. I just like to change her back in her hip and hind leg. Young lady's Gilt coming out here in 7 is a Gilt that, again, is one that's maybe a little more jammed up front. It's a Gilt that gets to be a little rounder back in her hip. Get nitpicky on them and then talk about the positives. Big blade, big arm. That's a Gilt that's got a lot to her. Tremendous shape to the center part of her body and rib cage. We round out this class again here, that rounds out this particular drive. This Gilt here I like. She wants to run downhill a nickel, gets a little tighter behind, has some pieces there when you study her from the side. A real broody, extremely heavy structured one here that I wish just balanced for me a little better. Gets to be pretty jammed up and mature there from blade forward. Young man's Gilt that rounds out this class, a little slicker, a little more feminine than the Gilt ahead of her, cuts up in her flank, gets a little tight in her hip. Really nice class of spotted Gilts here, though, to end up our breed.
Quickly, we'll give you some results here in Class 3 before we get into our champion drive. Class winner was Thomas Gripando with an Out of the Shadow from Pullens. Second in that class went to Laney Allen, Out of the Shadow from Swecky. Haley Barron was third in that class with a Speak Up bred by Van Nies. Fourth was Natalie Guthrie with a Speak Up from Winter Circle. And fifth was Trip McOwen with a Smackdown bred by McOwen Show Pigs. So we're now ready to select your champion spot. So we'll pick a champion, a reserve, and then 3 others to automatically make the sale, and then we're going to go into a sale order lineup after that. Preliminary sale order.
We're ready to set up for champion, reserve champion, and sale order spot gilts. We'll start with reintroducing our class winners. From Class 1, Wyatt Porterfield from Medill. Representing Class 2, Tanner Frankie from Covington Douglas.
Our Class 1 winner is Wyatt Porterfield, coming in at Gilt again as a uranium, bred by Whitaker. Our Class 2 winner is Tanner Frankie. Tanner's Gilt is a unicorn and bred by Ross Murrow. And then winning Class 3 that we just finished was Thomas Grappando with an Out of the Shadow, bred by Pullens. Looks like the committee has told me we're going to actually line up 15 of these spots. At the conclusion of the selection of the champion in reserve, we'll get 13 others.
Class winners for champion spot. We always want to take an opportunity to introduce folks that are important to what we do, and I don't think there's not any greater than this. Behind me at the announcer stand, we have Secretary of Agriculture Blaine Arthur. Please put your hands together for her. She is an absolute force when it comes to our students.
I'll put your hands together for these spotted class winners. Really nice group of gilts here. Really nice breed for me to sort here today. I enjoyed it. It's a breed that I enjoy studying and evaluating. When Travis and I, he let him look at those and he come back, and we're in total agreement on one. We think there's one that just needs to win here in this particular breed, and there's one that's just really, really hard to punch a hole in. Young man, your gilt right in front of me. I'll be champion.
Champion spot was exhibited by Tanner Frankie from Covington. That'll bring Christina Miller to the ring, show for reserve.
Tanner's champion spot again, a unicorn. Congratulations to Ross Murrow, Murrow Farms. Very, very good one. I think B. Ogle has made his mind up. Maybe that, or he just went to order a cheeseburger or something. There we go.
Travis comes up to me and said what he thought, and I said 100% I agree. And talking about those class winners, when that class got done, he thought maybe the top pair was tight, and when they get back out here, he goes, wow, that one. He said that one's very, very impressive up high when you get on top of her, and she is. She's as good as any in this particular breed. When you get on top of her, she's extremely, extremely impressive. Young man, your gilt right here, I'll be reserved spot.
Before we line up the rest of these spots and let Secretary Arthur have a moment or two with you.
Well, thanks very much, and I won't talk too long because I know y'all are a lot more worried about these hogs than you are about me talking, but certainly just want to tell everyone who's here, thanks for everything that you do to make this show happen. I know Tyler's in here, Mr. Nemechek, Farm Bureau, I could go down the list. There's no question, and I've been to a lot of shows, but we do it better here in Oklahoma than they do anywhere in the United States. Yes. We've got the best kids, we've got the best livestock, we get some of the best judges that you can find in the nation to come and evaluate the animals. So just a big thank you to everyone who makes this happen for the students. I don't think we can ever take that for granted. Tyler, I'm so old that OYE wasn't even a thing when I showed, right? So just thank you for everyone. Kiddos, make sure and tell a big thank you to Mom, Dad, other kids in your chapter, other kids in your 4-H club. I love that I got to walk up here when we just had the champion selected, because to see the genuine excitement of this young man and his family, that's what this is all about. You guys know the hours, you know the stress. You got to enjoy the wins because someday it's not a win. So thank you for making this happen. Students, good luck. If it doesn't sort out like you want this year, come back at it again. But just enjoy your time, enjoy the experience. And adults, thank you for supporting this. Sponsors, thank you for supporting this. And we'll get back to showing some hogs. Thank you all very much.
Okay, just catch you up there real quick. That reserve champion spot was Thomas Scripando. That was the Out of the Shadow from Pullens. Congratulations to them. We'll now go in and select your third overall spot. As we did with the other breeds, I'll stay with you here, third through fifth. Third overall spot is the second class 3. That belongs to Lainey Allen. She's an out of the shadow as well, and bred by Swecky. That lets Haley Barron in. Our fourth selection goes to Christina Miller. That is a Speak Up and bred by Swinford. That brings in Summer Prince's Gilt. She's a Titan. She's quickly selected. That'll be your top 5 overall. That Gilt Summer Prince Titan, bred by Merle Farms. So congratulations to all those there on the top 5. Feel free to continue to watch with us. We're going to select Gilt 6 through 15 here.
Our 6th spot Gilt, exhibited by Wayne Porterfield from Medill. That'll bring Silas Dalton from Purcell to the ring. Caitlin Bryant, you're on deck for Class 1. Our 7th spot comes from Class 2. That's Wade Ritchie from Altus. Madison Lee from Eufaula, you're in the ring. Ellamy Bain from Chattanooga, you're on deck for Class 2. Our 8th selection comes from Class 1. That's Silas Dalton from Purcell. That'll bring Caitlin Bryant to the ring. Parker Eubanks, you're on deck for Class 1. Our 9th spot, Gilt, comes from Class 3. That's Haley Beeran from Kingfisher. That'll introduce Natalie Guthrie to the ring. Tripp McGowan from Fanshawe, you are on deck in Class 3. Our 10th spot is shown by Caitlin Bryant from Weatherford. That'll bring Parker Eubanks from Wilson to the ring. Bella Gilcrease from Turner, you're on deck in Class 1. Our 11th spot, Gilt, shown by Madison Lee from Eufaula. That'll bring Ellamy Bain from Chattanooga to the ring. Alyssa Moore, you're on deck for Class 2. Our 12th selection comes from Class 3. That's Natalie Guthrie from Vian. That'll let Tripp McGowan in the ring. Melanie Towns from Cushing, you're on deck for Class 3. Our 13th spot comes from, our 13th and final spot comes from Class 1. That's Parker Eubanks from Wilson. Congratulations to our spot exhibitors. Ready for those Class 1 Yorks in the sift. Class 1 Yorks in the sift as soon as we get it emptied out. Class 3 spots, winners, first place, Thomas Crando from Hartshorn. Second, Laney Allen from Canute. Third, Haley Beeran from Kingfisher. Fourth, Natalie Guthrie from Vian. Fifth, Trick McGowan from Fanshawe. Sixth, Melanie Towns from Cushing. Seventh, Blaze Roper from Shakota. Eighth, Hadley Davis from Wagner. Ninth, Gabby Todd from Porter. And 10th, Gage Gormley from Waleetka. Showmanship winner in Class 3 was Melanie Towns from Cushing.
Things keep moving faster. Not getting distracted by price tags and tag-alongs takes discipline. Discipline requires vision, purpose, and patience. Dreams may occur after dark, but they are not achieved overnight. Be steady. Keep moving forward. Stick to the plan. The only thing that comes out of nowhere is nothing. Exciting and true aren't always the same thing. Reliable is peaceful. Perspective comes from knowledge and experience. What's proven may not be glamorous, but the easy path isn't always durable. Be durable. Time can be frustrating. Patience takes determination. And when no one is looking, focus anyway. Lean into the struggles because the result is experience. There is no elevator to the top. The stairs are the only option.
We have a set of Hereford papers here at the announcer stand. Hereford papers in the name of Jackson and Braxton Willis from Ramona. We can get Jackson or Braxton to come pick up their Hereford papers. We've got them here at the announcer stand.
There is no destination without vision. Even the mere lack of resolve stalls progress. Accept that critics are eternal. Have the courage to be noticed and make an impact. If faith in the vision is deep enough, it's worth the risk.
Exhibitors in the ring can be excused.
Here in the first class of these Yorkshires, look forward to getting through both classes. I know maybe a breed that gets a little hate on, but the good ones are good, and we got some good ones here on the top end. Really like our class winner in this drive. I think she's the combination gilt in terms of stoutness and still look. Proportions are good. Front feet are good. Her hind legs good. Well presented kind of a gilt. Well driven. Still offers the stoutness, the look, the shape, the design. I think a very, very nice place to start. Congratulations to that young lady. Got a really nice class winner. Here's a gilt that had a little harder way to get here, but young man did a good job driving this gilt. She's one that I think really represents some barrel making ability for this breed. Great back shape, a great presented gilt in terms of her skin and hair. Good set and angulation up front. She's got a useful kind of a hind leg, comparative to our class winner, maybe a little bit different out of her rump in terms of having a little more slope there. Probably help her in the farrowing crate, but you want to get critical in the ring. A gilt that maybe just want to lengthen and strengthen her hip ever so slightly, but I think flexibility, gilt that had a little longer haul to get here, but in terms of quality, she's the second best in this drive. Here's a really burly kind of a gilt. I really appreciate a lot of things about, another well presented gilt. Good set up front, good curvature, and she can get out and go. Probably just naturally a little rounder out of her hip, a little easier conditioning kind of a gilt. Where I want to get a little bit harder on her, right there at her knee when she drives right at me. Maybe not quite as square and correct as a few of the other ones, but a very, very high quality gilt. Drove a great set of gilts here today. The next gilt coming out is one I like on the side profile a great deal in terms of her front 2/3, good head shape, good body shape, and has enough muscularity. She's naturally a little rounder out of her hip, and as she tries to come at me, tried to hide it a little bit, but she does need to be squared up in her chest and her knee. But in terms of just presentation, center body, shape, freshness, a really well presented kind of a gilt there to be fourth. The fifth place gilt coming out offers some sow potential, burly, stout, heavy structured. Looks like one that's going to be a rugged kind of a female, and looks like she's going to work there. Naturally a little more timid out of her left hind leg, her ankle down. Just want to give her a little more correctness there. But I love her stoutness. I like her density that she's got. Looks like one that could generate. She's a little coarser inside her hock. Throws her off a little bit when I get right behind her. Really like the hard shape and muscle this gilt possesses. Got some natural meat working in her. This gilt here is probably a little outwards in terms of the way she wants to swing her hind leg. As she comes at me, she doesn't match. As big as she is up high, she wants to get in at her knee. Good, attractive, well-presented kind of a gilt. Want to correct her knee ever so slightly, maybe get her in check behind. Another attractive, neat-made kind of a hog. Need to push her shoulder back to get her any higher. I do appreciate some out there factors in terms of density of skeleton. She's got a nice kind of a look. Just throws her top line off the longer the drive goes on. Gets a little wore out. Wants to get washed out in her top. Next gilt comes out. Offers density, burliness. Just gets a little easier in her top line. Like her flexibility that she's got. She wants to be a shot more timid up in her front feet than ideal. Next gilt comes out. Offers moderation, power, center body, and dimension. Not quite the look at some of the other ones. Then we finish up with a gilt. Looks like an easy growing kind of a female. She's just a little more timid up in her front knee. Maybe gets a little washed out in her top line. Great class, really good top end. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Class 1 Yorkshire winners. First place, Janelle Huff from Moss. Second, Will Jasper from Jones. Third, Macy Walker from Red Oak. Fourth, Keely Hollenbach from Jay. Fifth, Eli Britt from Wilson. Sixth, Olivia Brumley from Ninnekah. Seventh, Kenna Henderson from Fletcher. Eighth, Hannah Hinkle from Yukon. Ninth, Macy Walker from Red Oak. And 10th, Aubrey Andrew from Porter. Showmanship winner from Class 1 was Will Jasper from Jones.
quickly, we'll get you some results out of Class 1. Janelle Huff wins the class. That's a walks alone gilt from Eric McAlexander. Second in that class come from Will Jasper. We don't have a sire on that, but it's from Armstrong, so you know why. Third in that class would be Macy Walker. Macy's gilt is a hit stick bred by Beck. Fourth in that class went to Keely Hollenbeck with a landmine bred by Goss. And fifth was Andrew Stoner, an out cold bred by McWard. We're now showing Class 2, the final Yorkshire, or the final class of the day. Set Class 2 Yorkshire Gilts.
While we're looking at this last class Yorkshires, we certainly want to acknowledge the help we've had in the back. Eastern Oklahoma State College has been with us throughout the Gilt show, and they have been extraordinarily good at their job back there in the sift and up here getting things through. So put your hands together for the kids at Eastern Oklahoma State.
In our final class of the day, a really nice set of Yorkshires here. I think our top trio offers some similarities to them, and yet the one that keep coming back to my mind, we show a few of these, and which one from ringside would be my favorite, regardless who was showing them, my boys or not. The gilt that I elected to use would be this one. I think that she's the combination gilt. I know that she's fighting her ear a little bit now, but she's the most impressive in terms of topside shape. She's good in terms of her proportions and her chest, and as she goes away with the most amount of squareness in this drive. You know, is she the most elevated or elegant looking up front? Probably not, but I think her blade's set right. I think she offers some shape, some freshness, and some squareness in this particular drive. The gilt that looks like a really good next generation kind of sow would be second. I like that hog just naturally, her body shape and her composition that she's got. She's not quite as good up in her head and neck and her lower jaw, but I like that gilt's natural stoutness. She's a stout forearm gilt. She's a gilt that I think utilizes her hind leg from the side plenty good enough. Just naturally just want to trim her up a little bit in her poll and her head, and a gilt that I do like in terms of her composition or length of side that she's got. Well presented kind of a gilt, well driven at the same time. The gilt in third is one that's very dense in her overall makeup. She starts really stout about her head, a gilt that ties in a little different in her top line, and that's where I wanted to get critical right there in her mid back and her ham loin hookup. A gilt that maybe just naturally is the longer we went, she's a little shorter step in there, but I think it all starts up high with her ham loin there. But another one, density, stoutness, body shape, awfully good. Arm set in her, a good strong pastern gilt at the same time. Here's a gilt that offers a little more length of side and still has some shape. I know fighting a little bit in terms of her skin rash, and that's not a fun thing to do in this breed. I feel for the young lady. That's not why I beat her. I like this gilt's design on the side. Just naturally, she's just a little shorter stepping all the way through. Maybe just doesn't have that body shape that you like to see at this particular size and age. The next gilt comes out, offers some frame, some elevation, gets a little closed up at her chest floor, maybe naturally a little flatter in her body shape, get right behind her, need a shot more stifle. Like her elevation, like her length of side. I think she's one that plants good enough up front, maybe steps outside her wall a little bit there. Young lady sixth here has a gilt that you appreciate the hair that she's got, or a really fresh made kind of a hog. Her front 2/3, I like a lot of things about her. Just her hips, just constructed different. She wants to waddle a little bit the longer the drive goes on. Like her shape, like her immaturity to her head, well presented kind of a gilt there to land in the 6th hole. 7th place gilt comes out, offers shape, muscle, stoutness ahead, wants to close at her knee, a little flatter in her front foot. The gilt here gave the young lady in grief coming out here in a little shorter, compacted kind of a gilt. Thought she had enough structure and bone work. She needed to get here in the top 8. Naturally doesn't have the spread and muscle shape that a few of the other ones do, just compositionally. I liked her stoutness, a feature that she does have. I thought she needed to be in the top 8. The 9th gilt coming out here is a gilt that offers power, dimension, center body. She's just too flat in her front feet. Wants to throw her off a little bit in terms of just squareness coming right at you. Like her immaturity that she's got and her freshness, but just a gilt that just needs to have a little more look. This gilt's got a little more look, a little more elevation up front. With that said, she gets a little easier in her top line. That's what got her into trouble today, but a gilt that I do have to appreciate what she's got from the side. I like her look. Maybe naturally need a shot more just true muscle shape for this particular size. Good class. Nice way to finish up our purebred show and our Yorkshires. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Class 2 Yorkshires. First place, Dax Johnson from Crowder. Second, Kyle Lewis from O'Keene. Third, Ryder Loggins from Jones. Fourth, J.C. Baker from Morrison. Fifth, Mason Harris from Blanchard. Sixth, Madison Walker from Red Oak. Seventh, Langston Claiborne from Pauls Valley. Eighth, Madeline Green from Washington. Ninth, Maggie Clark from Canton. And 10th, Brooke McGuire from Oktahal. Showmanship winner was Kyle Lewis from O'Keene.
Quickly here, we'll get you some results out of Class 2 Yorkshire Gilt. Your winner in that class was Dax Johnston. That's an instant all. Congratulations to Dan Harmison there for reading that one. Kyle Lewis was second in class with the Crazy Eyes from Maynard Hahn Genetics. Ryder Loggins was third with a testimony from V. Brock Thompson. Fourth in that class was J.C. Baker. Stick This from Sanders Show Pigs. Congratulations, Amara. And fifth, Mason Harris with a hit stick, Trogdon's. We're now showing for your champion Yorkshire Gilt. That class winner was Janelle Huff that won the first class with a walks alone. And your just completed class was Dax Johnson coming out of class 2.
Let's give it up one more time for our last breed drive, the Yorkshires. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Been a good show. We just had 2 classes, but in terms of quality, I thought the top end of these are awfully good in terms of covering the bases, squareness, look, design. I think our 2 class winners look very similar in their composition. Their gilts at the right kind of condition, fresh, well-presented gilts that offer shape, immaturity, still have enough look and freshness of the pair. I read one just naturally a little taller fronted, a little neater up in her neck, and I think compositionally the best one. Young lady out of class 1, congratulations. You got the champion York.
Champion Yorkshire female exhibited by Janelle Huff from Moss. That'll bring Will Jasper to the ring.
So your champion coming out of the first class, Janelle Huff. That's a walks alone gilt. That brings in Will Jasper. We know that's an Armstrong gilt. I don't know that we've ever located the pedigree information on that one.
For reserve, we bring the second place Gilt out, and I talked her a Gilt that had a little longer drive in her, but man, I appreciate a lot of things about her in terms of freshness. Her use of her hind leg is incredibly good. A Gilt that I think gets into the thick of things naturally, maybe just a little more set up front there. The other Gilt out here that won the second class had to drive a good while, but in terms of her front foot placement, her squareness, her muscle that she's got, good in terms of flexibility and squareness behind. She's the next best. Congratulations, young man. You got the reserve.
Reserve champion Yorkshire, exhibited by Dax Johnson from Crowder. That'll bring Kyle Lewis to the ring.
For third overall, differences here. These Yorkshire Gilts are different molds, but both offer some quality. One of them I read just a little denser all the way through in terms of her composition, probably a little stronger front feet. Second in the last class will be your third out. Congratulations.
Your third Yorkshire Gilt is Kyle Lewis. That's a Crazy Eyes from Han Genetics. That lets Ryder Loggins in with his testimony.
Use of hind leg, squareness, look, and balance. Second in class one's your fourth out. Congratulations.
Fourth Yorkshire, exhibited by Will Jasper from Jones. That'll bring Macy Walker to the ring. Keely Hollenbach from Jay, you're on deck in class one.
I have a quick correction to make with you. The Will Jasper Gilt is bred by Dan Harmison and sired by All By Myself. So the fourth Gilt going out of Jasper's would actually be a Dan Harmison Gilt. I'm sorry, it's not Armstrong. Dan Harmison, All By Myself.
We're selecting a few more, but another one, close pair out here. Similar, maybe a little bit of trade-offs on differences. One stouter, a little stronger in terms of just front foot set. Overall, I like her freshness and her power. Right here is going to be fifth out. Congratulations.
So Ryder Loggins will be the fifth. That is a testimony Gilt from Brock Thompson. Can continue to watch. We'll select a few more of those and then have a slight break there, and then we'll be rolling into the selection of the Supreme Champion Gilt here at the 2024 Purebred Swine Show Oklahoma Youth Expo. Thank you.
$1,000 scholarships for all of our champions, $500 for all of our reserves. Our Duroc champion exhibitor, Gabby Todd from Porter. Reserve champion Duroc, Neely Pritchard from Weatherford. Your champion Hereford was exhibited by Hudson Long from Dibble. Reserve champion Hereford Gilt was shown by Lakin Abbott from Yale. The Landgrace champion was Braxton Willis from Caney Valley. The Landrace Reserve was Devlin Cartmel from Kremlin Hilldale. Poland champion was shown by Kaysen Caitlin from Hinton. Poland Reserve was Mason Olson from Ulaga. The Berkshire champion, Madison Walker from Red Oak. Berkshire Reserve, Ava Gilcrease from Turner. Champion Hampshire, Madison Walker from Red Oak, repeat customer today. The Reserve Hampshire was shown by Hudson Boren from Leedy. Spotted champion, Tanner Frankie from Covington Douglas. Reserve spot exhibited by Thomas Rapando from Hartshorn. Your Yorkshire champion was shown by Janelle Huff from Moss. And your Yorkshire Reserve champion, Dax Johnson from Crowder 4-H. Let's congratulate these winners today, folks. Get another picture or two here, and then what we'll do is let the exhibitors go grab their animals. We're going to parade the reserve champions. We're going to bring the reserve champions in and pin them so they'll be handy. And then we'll bring the champions in and show for Supreme Female. The Supreme Champion Commercial Breeding Gilt is going to get a $1,500 scholarship and a pair of horsepower Macy Bean top hand boots, courtesy of Rios and Mercedes. The Reserve Champion will be a $1,000 scholarship and a pair of horsepower Macy Bean boots, courtesy of Rio and Mercedes as well. Thank you to our sponsors that continue to invest in our students. I think we're ready to bring those reserve champions in. Once again, our reserve champion Chester Gilt was shown by Madeline Gray from Van Oss. Reserve champion Durock shown by Neely Pritchard from Weatherford. Reserve champion Hereford was shown by Lakin Abbott from Yale. Reserve champion Landrace shown by Devlin Cartmel from Kremlin Hilldale. Reserve champion Poland shown by Mason Olson from Oologah. Reserve champion Burke, brought to us by Ava Gilcrease from Turner. Reserve champion Hampshire was Hudson Boren from Leedy. Reserve champion Spot was Thomas Grapando from Hartshorn. And you reserve Yorkshire, Dax Johnson from Crowder.
So we're about ready to get the bring in our champions here for this Supreme Drive, and joining me here to talk through these champions would be Mr. Bob Liston. Bob and I, along with Brock Heron, will actually be talking all of these that we offer. They're in the sale, but Bobby's joining me here. This champion Chester Gilt coming in comes to you from Laney Allen. That is a hired gun whiplash bred by Ty Jester. Our champion Durock is Gabby Todd. Gabby's Gilt is an insider trading from Olson Farms. Our champion Hereford is Hudson Long with the Versace bred by Barks. Our champion Landrace. Bob, do you know anything about the champion Landrace? I guess I don't have that paper in front of me.
I don't have that information.
I don't know what we've done with that. Our NSR rep, we had all that in front of us here just a moment ago, and I don't know.
Toad is...
Our champion Poland would be Kaysen Caitlin with their Reptile House from Cooper Flash. The champion Berkshire that just come in is Madison Walker. Madison's Berkshire is a Top It Off, bred by Goss. The champion Hampshire is Madison Walker. That is a Viper, bred by Savage. The champion Spot is Tanner Frankie. That is a Unicorn, bred by Ross Murrow. And our champion Yorkshire is Janelle Huff with a Walks Alone, bred by McAlexanders. So, Bobby, you got any comments here on our champion drive? Or?
Yeah, I think right out of from the crossbred show, the purebred show here, the quality has not dropped off a bit. Really impressed with all the quality of these gilts that I've got out here. These guys have done an excellent job of sorting feet and legs, I think, and built them up from there and prioritized that just as they did in the crossbred. So really impressed with these breed champions out here, and it's going to be interesting what they end up doing here because there is several ways you could go here, I think, but there's a couple of them that's kind of standing out to me anyway.
Well, we'll turn to Tyler.
The Supreme Purebred Gilt in memory of Larry. And I remember when I became executive director in 2012, the gentleman who was the swine superintendent informed us he wasn't going to be able to do it anymore, and we reached out to Larry. And if you know Larry, he was a man of few words, and Larry was real excited to come and be a part of it. And I remember the first gilt sale he and I did together. On the 120 gilts we sold, we grossed $300,000, and it actually made Larry smile. He was so excited. And look where we're at now, where we're grossing well over $1 million, and he was a man that helped lay the foundation to get us where we're at today. So Larry and his family mean so much to this, and the student that wins today will be the first one to get their name put on the Larry Moore Trophy. So let's give Larry and his family a nice round of applause as we start this tradition this year.
It's an awful cool deal. I know we're all in agreements there. Having the Larry Moore Traveling Trophy, I mean, somebody that's certainly special and means so much to the program and to so many of the people here around the state of Oklahoma.
Very well deserved. Larry put a lot of hard work and hours and sweat into this show here, and very knowledgeable hog man, and we miss Larry very much, but very, very well deserving.
Speaking of the two guys judging today, I think they've done a great job. Obviously, we talked about our gilt judges in the crossbred side and then got that done and completed that show. And then Platt and Ogle jumped in here. And as you alluded to, I mean, stayed the course. I mean, we've got gilts that are sound and functional and just float around the ring. It doesn't really matter what kind, color, or what you're looking at. I mean, this is a comfortable set, a good-footed, just a good set of purebred gilts here.
Yeah, they definitely are on track on type and kind.
Looks like Platt's headed to the mic.
Yeah, he's done.
Let's give it up as loud as we can out here for your grand overall drive. All these kids out here, I think it is a tremendous show. So well ran, the organization and what these guys do. And I know everybody gets on the mic and praises them, but they need the praise because the people that do this, I've been fortunate to work with some of the crew at Tulsa as well. They know what's going on, and that's important from a judge's standpoint, from an organization, getting this many animals through out of all three of your shows. Let's give it up for the staff, all of OYE, everybody that's involved with this. Tremendous job. Hey guys, we can just let them rest. We got our decisions made. Just let the pigs rest. To get in here, it's a great honor to judge alongside one of my good buddies, Ogle. We've been friends forever, and it's good to finally get to do one with him. And when I got the call to judge and we figured out who was going to be the other one, and I've been excited ever since. And Brandon and I do a lot of things together, and we have for a long time, been through a lot of things, and I want to cherish his friendship as much as any. Let's give it up for Mr. Brandon Ogle for coming out here and being the other judge. I'm gonna do a little something different. I'm gonna have everybody remove their caps, and let's have a little moment of silence for the 6 guys that we lost on the buttons there. A couple of those guys are very near and dear to me, and let's go ahead and have a moment of silence for those 6 and other ones that we've lost throughout the year. I appreciate that. There's all 6 of those guys are some of them I knew, some of them I knew better, and just tell a couple stories. There's one of those guys on a button there that I was fortunate enough to judge this show or sift for Mr. Ben Boble 11 years ago. I got to sift the Barra show for Boble, and we used the pig that day that I thought was absolutely incredible. It was a blue barra. I won't forget him. And came right down this hill. And there was a guy waiting there that had the biggest smile on his face that I can remember at any livestock show, and was the proudest guy ever to raise that pig, Mr. Ray Dean Seitz. And that memory will stick in my head forever. And that guy there had the voice to remember, and that smile right there hit me pretty hard. And kind of what it's all about right there. I mean, he was proud as can be. He raised an awesome barra. And that memory from OYE, not only being able to sift that year for the first time here was phenomenal. And for his instinct and what he did, he raised that pig and what it's all about right there. And that's a story that I'll always remember. And I've told it to others, and it was a great man we lost for sure, and all 6 of them, and so many more. Another one that's on that button that's near and dear to my heart I took it pretty hard. I talked to him about a week before he passed, and he was one of those guys that gave me a chance early in terms of coming up and buying some pigs. Had the biggest hands in the world and always had that yellow cap on, Mr. Mike Kirkpatrick, and a man that was down to earth and just somebody that taught me so much about respect and the next generation and teaching the kids, and that guy there had it going on, and I took that one pretty rough, and somebody that I missed quite a bit. So so many more. I know that Tyler's touched on some of them as well, but I want to get that off of there. I know those buttons mean a lot, but with seeing those guys' pictures on there means so much. And not much on speeches, but you know, all of us judges want to get on the mic and talk about raising kids in the barn and raising them in this industry. I think that's important. And it's something that we raise our family. My wife's here, and that's what we do as a family. I think it's important to raise them in the barn. I do think from the other side, not talking to the kids, talking to the crowd, talking to the people in the back of the barns, if there's sales or barns, we got a lot of eyes looking at us. And I think a lot of these young people, maybe here, maybe back there, they look up to us. And I think we need to do it right and need to do things right, communicate right. Act right, and I think these kids have somebody to look up to, and I think that's important to be the right kind of person that somebody wants to look up to in this industry, outside the barn, inside the barn. We just got to keep that into check, and let's make examples. And maybe that's the old guy coming out in me now talking, but I think it's very, very important to set an example. If you're a leader, set an example. That's what I'm going to say today, and that's one of my messages I wanted to get through, and it's been a tremendous pig show, and we can fire these up. Let's fire them up one more time. It's been an awesome Purebred Gilt show. It's been an awesome honor to be here. Brandon and I are in complete agreement. We think it's a tremendous, tremendous show. We're so happy with all our breed champions and reserves. They come out here. They look awfully, awfully good. Comes down to a few of them. There's one of them that's the combination kind. Just shape, muscle, freshness, looseness, and flexibility. It's been a tremendous show. Let's give it up loud as we can one more time. I'll go out there and get you a champion.
Well, first off, Bob, awesome speech, heartfelt as it comes. Our grand champion there is Madison Walker with her Berkshire Gilt.
Very, very good one.
Very, very good Berkshire Gilt there. Madison's Gilt is a top it off, bred by Goss Livestock. Quick note on that one there, Bob. That is also the mate to the reserve that was at Denver.
I can see that. She's special.
A great breed. That breed was deep today, all the way through. Congratulations, that family. That girl had a great OYE already.
Yep. That was a really good speech. All those guys talking about that button. That's very special, and.
So those of you that are listening, if you don't know a lot about the button that we're referring to, and we're going to refer to it this weekend, particularly next week, is our Wild Bunch button.
Yeah.
There is the face of 6 very influential people, former ag teachers that we actually lost this last year, and they're all commemorative on this year's button. So remembered in that regard.
Very, very fitting. Platt shoes are, I'm kind of envious of those too. I always wear Crocs when I judge, but he may outdone me here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing how much discussion has took place about the shoes. I mean, it all starts at the ground,
Yep.
you know, with
Build
all
them from
of
the
us. If
ground
you
up.
build them from the ground up and you put good shoes on them,
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
Always hang with good people. They'll make you look good.
Yeah, there you go.
You got a little more of a decision here maybe. And there's lots of options. You can go out here. These piers are really good, and I don't see one of them out here that you wouldn't love to own as a breeder. Any breed you want to go to. But it does get a little closer here. I think that Berkshire kind of stood out to me.
That reserve Burt comes in and
Right in the mix.
I mean, she just instantly gets in the mix of it. That's the Gilt that won the first class of the day this day. That's the Ava Gilchrist. That one too is a top it off Gilt from Decker.
Yeah. The boar is really dominating.
I suspect we'll hear a speech from Brandon Ogle here when he gets his mind made up for sure, I guess.
I think he's ready.
Well, Travis is a better public speaker, so we let him give the speech. I want to thank everyone here at OYE for giving me the opportunity to come out here and like Travis said, Travis and I go way back, and from the beginnings, very humble beginnings for both of us, and we've from the first time we met, we hit it off very good, and we've been friends now, I don't know, a long time, and besides just pig stuff, we're buddies, and I can't thank him enough for the opportunity to work with him. It's something I think we both always wanted to do and finally got to do it. So folks, give Travis a big round of applause for me, please. Those students that were out here and worked in the back, awesome. The folks up here have been very good. Class act the whole way. We have enjoyed tremendous. I'm glad I came out a little early, watched some of the commercials because I'd never seen those, and just very, very impressive as a whole for the time I've been here, the quality of stock. When they come back out here, things, you watch them come and go, and the reserves, you kind of think how things might go, and maybe didn't shake out exactly like Travis and I had blueprinted before, but I think it's something that we're very, very comfortable in doing. I think for reserve, it comes down between a couple, and between that particular pair, I think there's one that's a little bigger armed. I think it's a little heavier boned, and when you get right in behind them, this one's got more behind, square pinned, a little more flash from behind. This one's awfully, awfully good, and it was extremely, extremely close. We're gonna go Burke, Reserve Grand.
Reserve Supreme Fee.
So the reserve champion there is your reserve Grand Burke. That's the Ava Gilchrist. Again, that is a top it off from Decker. So Burke, top it off, back to back. So
that one.
not surprising. Very good, very good.
Good pair.
So I think in our nearly 20 years of having the Oklahoma Youth Expo Gilt show and sale, this will be the very first time, of my knowledge, that we've ever led the purebred side of the sale off with two Berkshires. We've had the Grand Berkshire before, but I don't think we've ever had them as Grand and Reserve.
I'd say that's history making. And
so stout breed, so very, very good in that regard. Yep. So what we will do now, so everybody knows what's going on, is we will, here in a moment, you'll be able to continue to watch, and we will select the first 5 gilts of Everbreed made to sale. And what we will do now is we'll go and we'll bring out all of the preliminary 6 gilts from those breeds. Those will come back and we will show until we get our next 15, 18, whatever that number is. I can't really remember. I've had too many numbers thrown at me in the last few days. But until we get to the remaining number of where we're going to be in the sale, that's how we pick the remaining sale order.
Yes.
So with that, appreciate it. We do want to tell everybody the sale obviously is Tuesday night. If you would like to come and join us live, You can watch the preview of all the gilts on Saturday at 1 o'clock in the Ag Expo Hall here on the fairgrounds as we actually video them. You're welcome to come sit through, watch, listen. Otherwise, you can see all the information there when it's posted online.
Thank you, Todd.
Yep.
We need the 6th through 10th hamp, 6th through 13th spot, and the 6th through 8th Yorkshires in the sift at this time. Okay, so it looks like we're ready. We've picked our, what turns out to be our 43rd pure gilt for the sale. That's what our crew in the ring is telling me, and that was a Berkshire. That's Braden Watts from Warner. We'll need Tegan Winters in the ring from El Reno. Noah Wilson, you're on deck with a Burke. The 44th selection is the spotted gilt number, is a 6th place spot. That was Wyatt Porterfield. We need Wade Ritchie in the ring. Silas Dalton, you're on deck for the spots. Number 45 is our Durock, and that's Rhett Seitz from Granite. We need Paisley Collins from Vanoss in the ring. Avon Heaton, you're on deck with your Durock. Number 46 is a spot gilt again. That's Wade Ritchie from Altus. We need Silas Dalton in the ring. Haley Beeren from Kingfisher, your spot is on deck. The 47th selection is a Berkshire. That's Tegan Winter from El Reno. We need Noah Wilson from Kiefer in the ring. Evan Hinkle from Yukon, you're on deck with a Berkshire. '48 is a spot. That's Silas Dalton from Purcell. We need Haley Beeren from Kingfisher in the ring. Caitlin Bryant from Weatherford, you're on deck with a spot. Number 49 is the land race. That's Connor Imhoff from Prague. We need Tabor Winter from El Reno in the ring. Cody Castle, you're on deck with your land race gilt. Our 50th selection is a Durock Gilt with Paisley Collins. We need Avon Heaton from Alva in the ring. Reagan Biggerstaff, you are on deck with your Durock Gilt. Number 51 is the Berkshire with Noah Wilson. We need Evan Hinkle in the ring. Hadley Davis from Wagner, you're on deck with your Berkshire. Our 52nd selection is a Durock shown by Avon Heaton from Alva. We need Reagan Biggerstaff in the ring. Rosalind Smith from Westville, you're on deck with the Durock. Number 53 is a Spot Gilt shown by Haley Beeran from Kingfisher. We need Caitlin Bryant in the ring. Madison Lee, you're on deck with your Spot. Number 54 is a Berkshire shown by Evan Hinkle from Yukon. We need Hadley Davis from Wagner in the ring. Gadsden Jervis, Blanchard, you're on deck with your Berkshire. Number 55 is a Berkshire shown by Hadley Davis from Wagner. We need Gadsden Jervis in the ring. Grady Fox, you're on deck with your Berkshire. Number 56 is a Berkshire shown by Gadsden Jervis from Blanchard. We need Grady Fox from Purcell in the ring. Macy Flowers, you are on deck with your Berkshire. Number 57 is a Spot. That's Caitlin Bryant from Weatherford. We need Madison Lee in the ring. Natalie Guthrie, you're on deck with your Spot. Number 58 is a Berkshire. That's Grady Fox from Purcell. That'll let Macy Flowers from Tecumseh in the ring. Kinsley Whittington, you are on deck with your Berkshire. Number 59 is a Duroc, shown by Reagan Biggerstaff from Anadarko. We need Rosalind Smith from Westville in the ring. Our 60th and final selection for the Pure Gilt sale lineup is a Spot. That's Madison Lee from Eufaula. Congratulations to each of our sale makers. Anybody that made the sale with your Pure Gilt, anybody that has a Pure Gilt in the sale, we need you here in the middle of the ring as soon as you can get here.